go with that. All right. So now we have audio. Howdy, folks. My name's Dave. Welcome to the channel. I'm a wood turner, and today, well, I've been gone for a little while. Had a lot of things to take care of, but I'm glad to be back, glad to be streaming again, and thank you for joining me. All right, so project I'm working on right now is a burial urn. You know, actually, before I do that, let's make sure everything there is in line. Okay. So, I have a burial urn. This is the top of it. And I need to make, let's set this aside. I need to make a onion ring for this guy here, for the top. At least I think that's the approach I'm going to take. Not running through. Wait a minute. That is, but let's move it. Let's move it. Could have gotten off on the wrong thread here. And I may need to reposition this feller. I need this light here. Let's take this view. While I drop a little bit of dust as I move the camera a bit. I think I need to go. Whoops, nope, wrong direction. The outside to be running true here. So let's see what I need to do. Wood may have moved a bit. What I really need to get is this area running true here. Okay, that's better. Alright, so let me try rotating this a bit and see if that helps me. Because clearly this has moved just a bit. Yeah, a little bit better. I think I'm still going in a positive direction here. Keep monkeying with this until I get as close to running true as I can get. This may be it, at least from manipulating it this way. Okay, so how much of a gap is there? About a 1/16 of an inch. That's better. No, I guess it isn't. Well, I do have to, let's rotate it a little bit more and see. I think that was actually worse. Yep, a little bit worse. All right, so we will go back to right about there. And then I'm going to try to true this up. I think I've got to lose this bead, actually, so I don't have... don't have the tool I'm looking for to try to get this running true. Let's see here. I don't know if this will work. It's really close. Come on. All right, let me try something different here. There is the possibility. This really has come out around quite a bit, but there's also a possibility that my timing is off a little bit. That bead is almost, yeah, it's got that 1/16 of an inch. All right, let me double check something here. See, that's running true on the inside here, and the outside is not. Alright, so we'll just have to get the best we can get. So now I'll need to find location again. Pretty doggone close. What is that noise? Why is that making a noise? What is that? Okay, something was not holding right. pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's check one more. And I'll come back here if I need to. Yep, let's go back. This is the most fiddliest part, obviously. Okay, so that's as true as it gets. Don't want to change this shape because I've already made the collar that shape. But I do need to chamfer this a bit. You know, I'll do it this way. That'll do. Okay. Now, let's see. How do I want to do this? So fortunately I had a nice piece of walnut that I had, I don't know what I used it for, but I intended to use it for onion rings after the fact. So I have this nice little piece of stock. It's going to work out nicely. Let's see. So if I bring that down, yeah, that'll work. I'd really like to use this one, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know. Let's get this outside neck adjusted. How are we doing here? Yeah, this walnut is really chewing up my tools, so I will be sharpening often. Right now. Alright, so yeah, that'll be really, really cool. Alright. Yeah, that'll work out nicely. Okay, so I need to set up for, let's see, let's take care of this first. Nice little negative rag scraper, get me to my diameter very cleanly. Let's go for this plug. think, yeah, let's go with this. Shut that off. There we go. Shut that dude off because I don't have noise canceling microphone at the moment. Okay. Let's set this guy up here and move all of this off to the side. All right. Now let's go ahead. Clean that off. Oh yeah, that one also needs to be sharpened. As I said, I've been needing to sharpen pretty often with this material. Okay, let's get the diameter set first. And I'll get this guy set, glued in, and then sharpen a couple of tools here. Let's see. I want a tool that's not up here. There it is. Yeah, this is walnut crotchwood, and boy oh boy, it really, like I said, been chewing up the tools. Find that sometimes with burls and crotches, sand and grit, whatever else in there. Of course, there's also some resin in this piece, but it's not really the resin that's beating the tar out of these tools. A little bit too narrow. Alright, a little bit bit better job of sneaking up on it. I got a handful of tools I need to sharpen now. Oh man, that is so close. Alright. There we go. Perfect. Where are you? So I'll need to come out. Come on. Ugh. Little bit. Down. Very cool. All right. There we go. Oops, wrong direction. there, but that's all right. Actually, I could take that down some more. I think that's about right. Yeah. Tra-la-la, where is it? There it is. Trying for the edge. Let's see, I think I will also do this. Where's my tool? There it is. I'm giving this just a slight bevel, very, very slight. It is almost flat, but slightly beveled in so that when it sits on this shelf, there we go. It sits on that shelf, the blue line will be right on. Even though nobody's gonna see it. Oh well, I guess they will when they put the lid on, but you get the idea. After that, nobody's gonna see it. Well, maybe that's not 100% correct. Maybe the resident, as it were, might see it. No, let's do this one first. I normally don't do that, but pour it all the way through. But in this case, it was my best option. All right. No? Fair enough. Oops. Ah, darn it. I moved it. Okay. Let's try this. There we go. Did it just move again? Alright, tighten up a little more. Still really close to where I want it. Not quite. There we go. That bad boy running true. Tighten too much, don't want to possibly spring this. Eeny, meeny, miny, there you are. Let's see, I think that'll be okay. And there's our onion ring. Ooh, it's a beautiful fit. Alright, let's get the glue. And that guy. And be right back. So I'm not sure why my lapel mics are not working, but I'm betting it has to do with Mac OS. That's my bet. Okay, so I got that. Here's the glue. Okay. Well, heck, I guess I'm gonna have to take this out of the chuck. In a bit. We will see. Let's see, set that there. Clean this off really quick. That's my guy. We will attempt to line up. That looks nice. The grain. Tap it into place. Let's get that glue cleaned up. Alright, now when they take this to the funeral home, they'll be able to seal it. With whatever caulk they use. Not sure what they use actually. And I know there's other ways to do this. There's threaded rings and all many kinds. And I could use anything like that, I suppose, but the idea that this is going to be interned in a vault box, so it's never coming out. Okay, let's make sure that this is running true here. If I gotta do any more. Any more tap in here. Actually, I can just feel it with my fingernail. Okay, that's tight. That's tight. Huh? Alright, it's all set. Just for fun, give it a few light taps. Okay, now that that is taken care of, what am I looking at? Alright, how does this guy look now? That would be even, but that is not what I'm after. I can take that down a little bit more. Okay. That means there's less shadow on this side. Yay! About centered. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay. center. There we go. I think that'll work just fine. Okay, so now I need to do a cowboy. That'll do. All right. Very nice. Time for the Mask of Doom. Do a little sanding here. groovy. That's looking very nice. I like using these Scotch-Brite pads I get from Vince's Wooden Wonders, but really they're I use them mostly to burnish. They do have a slight abrasive quality to them, so they're a nice finish burnisher too. And they're more for lighter work. They will clearly burn up if they will wear out, but they'll burn up if you get too much pressure on them. But they're really nice for this this little bit of the work. There we go. Okay, that guy is done. This guy is going to sit, where's my center? Okay, that's going to be pretty nice. Very cool. Okay, let's take this guy off, do the glue up. I suppose one thing at a time would probably be smart. Alright, let's move that. We're not going to use this guy, so you can get moved. I am looking for, what am I looking for? Oh, my T-handle. Now this can come off, I think. Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, no, I think I will use it for this guy, perhaps, maybe. I think that is a flat enough surface, so we'll just leave it for now. I think what will make sense right now too is to actually move tools I need to sharpen, so I'll be off camera for a few minutes while I'm sharpening. Let's see, all of these. Yep, that one got it too. Because, as I said, this walnut is really tearing up the tools. It's really, really abrasive. I think I should do that. Yeah, I should do that one too. My goodness. Alright, so let me move all these over to where they need to be sharpened. Hoo-wee. Alright. So, am I done sanding? Yes, I'm going to glue this and then start sharpening a few things. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's the other side. Bring this guy out. Now let's line up where I had it here. Let's see. I think that was it. Was it right there? Whoa, now I need to be a little more careful. Or rather, maybe a lot more careful. All right, let's see. This should be close right there. So it would be right. All right, let's turn you off. You're not helping. Like right there or right there? Right there. Okay, how does that look over here? Not bad. Okay, cool. So I found my marks. Let's grab the glue. So if you haven't figured this out, I have done this in 3 pieces. One sec while I... Okay. Just double checking to make sure that I'm actually streaming here. I did this in 3 pieces. I did, these 2 pieces together and cut them apart, and then this kind of extended sleeve there that let me size this properly. Get my line right about there. Where is it? There it is. Because basically how these are supposed to go is that there is 1 cubic inch per pound and hollowing this thing completely through the top I mean, I could have done it that way, but this was much easier and let me is that a gap? It's a tiny bit of a gap. Let me size it a lot easier for the individual burial. Now I can take my cloth here, or paper towel. Clearly my right hand is bigger than my left. Wow. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, I should unfold it. There we go. Nope, I guess it's not. Oh, yeah, that's right. My hand did fit in here until I put the sleeve in. There we go. That little glue drip down in there. It looks like there's a bit of a gap over here. Okay, very cool. Now I'd like to double check something here just to make sure. Before I do that, I need the T-handle. There it is. Yes. All right. Where is it? Where are you? Where'd I put it? Oh, it's right there. There we go. Okay, now I can pull this guy off here. Right, this is all finished, yeah? Do I need to make any adjustments there? I think I do. I'm not positive. Well, it's straighter than it looks. All right. Nice. All right, so that is basically, and I'm going to do a little bit more work down here. Actually, now that I look at that, I really want to make that look a little bit more elegant than it does. So we're going to do that in a bit. Now, while that's drying, I can put this in here, though. I think, man, this might not work out. Yeah, it won't work out. And I don't know, I'll figure this out in a bit. Right now I got a bunch of stuff to sharpen. So I'll be off camera for a bit while I tend to these tools real quick. I'll go with the spindle gouge first. Oh my goodness, come on. As I said, this particular timber just is really chewing up the tools. I think I'm finally getting a profile on this tool I want. Wow. That steel took a minute. And then some, let's see, let's go with the other spindle gauge. Okay. It didn't take as long. I think I'm beating a dead horse or something. One bull gouge is pretty much done. It's toast. Time for me to replace it. I went to Thompson Tools and I noticed that I didn't see all Jameson's tools here. I really like this parabolic flute, so I have to figure out what's going on there. One more. Been working for a while on this particular piece. You see, I've gone through all of my tools that I had sharpened before, and that's why I tend to sharpen a few tools ahead of time. but I don't have to stop as often to sharpen. But the caveat to that is that when I do have to sharpen, I've got a few tools to go through. Ooh, that's beautiful. Okay, another one. What's next? Hey, I just had a thought now that I can... Oh, dude. Stray thought. Never mind. Okay, that one. I'm pretty sure I was going to grab a skew. There it is. So I'm going to adjust my grinder here, get a new bevel on my skew. As close as I can get. That can't be right. It is. So I don't like this tool rest. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get close enough to work my skew. So until I get, man, that's a pain in the butt. I wonder if that will work. Nope. So I will have to, damn, that just stinks. Cool. All right. I was able to finagle it just enough. So it's time to get a different tool rest and I can get closer to my 8-inch wheel width. I guess I'll be looking at Stuart Batty. There we go. Stuart Batty has got a nice little setup. Spendy, but okay. So don't need these guys now, but it will make a difference on one, time spent sharpening rather, I should say, and being able to utilize more of the tool steel that I have, because I can get closer to the wheel. Fairly straight, good feel. That's that one. Ooh, you can't be that close. Nice and clean. Now that scraper's taken care of. Alright, let's move on to one that we have not sharpened lately. This guy goes in here. Alright, now I need to figure this part out. So, what I'm going to do, what is it I'm going to do? There it is. Easy there, killer. All right. Let's see, there we go, center punch. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's do it that way. Glasses are on my head, now they're on my face. Hey, now. Come here. Really. Calipers, which are there. Just about right. Okay. Let's get these on the center line, shall we? God damn, man. I am having trouble seeing. I am having trouble. There's not enough light. Wow. So clearly I need to get some more light in here. Could also be due to the fact that the glasses were also very dirty. Still don't have enough light though. Nope, wrong tool. Too many tools on my way here. And I need to do something about that. Okay, where is it? I put you over here. Where the heck are you? That's not you. There you are. You're too close. And we need to change that. Alright. So, yep, it was that outside line. Come on. Mosquitoes are out. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, now. I've got that one set.
Abatus said, "Howdy all."
Hey, how's it going, Abatus? How you been, man?
Abatus said, "Not too bad. How are your bees?"
They are doing all right. Got to check on them tomorrow or Friday, depending on which is the better weather day. Because I did a mite treatment, and I think it's getting close to time to extract more honey. So they're doing all right. Yeah. Come on. Very close. Gotta sneak up on this guy, have a good solid fit. Too tall. Whoops. Chamfer that edge a little bit. Just a little bit more. Come here. Could be that. Alright, so what's my depth here? Just shy of 9/16. Needs to be a little bit deeper. Excuse me. Jeez. Excuse me. Got to be very fiddly with this. I need to have it running true. Alright, clearly that's not working well enough. We're almost there. Almost. I see. Okay. I'm looking for this guy. Birds on that side. I guess I could also be airlocked. Let's see. On that side. foolish here. Whoa, now. A little bit more here. Oh, wow. It's raining outside. That's the wrong side. And where's my mark? Arg. All right, there we go, I think. Let's double check. At 9/16. Okay. Oh, that's why. Okay, cool. Okay. skosh more. Still not. Wow. Okay. A little bit more. So having my skew do double duty, I sharpened it on the lathe, the grinder, but didn't do anything about the burr yet, and that's what I've been using, or that's what I'm using as a negative rake scraper. Is that burr. Why am I putting it so far away? Come on. Hopefully will be it. All right. Just a skosh more. Yes, there we go. Okay. I am looking for this guy. All right, come on. There we go. Beautiful. All right. That's that part. Okay, how do I want to do this? Let's see. Spin them gas, get rid of the whammer. I don't need calipers at the moment. They're in the way. Okay. burnish on there. Alright, let's take a look at this guy on the top of there. Okay. All right. There we go. Now, I need to inset this Air Force medallion into it, into the lid. And it says that it is 2 1/4 inches. So, I think that's pretty close. 1 2 1/8. That was very close. So I'm going to sneak up on the correct fit because I want to slightly undercut it to give it sort of a snap-in fit. It's a nice little medallion. I got permission from the Department of the Air Force to use their logo on this burial urn. Since it is the property of the United States government, or the Department of the Air Force anyway, so you can't just use it for anything. And then I was able to locate a...
Abatis said BRB at break.
Alrighty. And I located a military veteran owned and operated setup that creates these. They have the permission, the license to make these. So yeah. And what is this? Oh my. They sent a disc of double-sided sticky tape. That's interesting. I'm not going to use it. One, 2 1/4, right? Oh, this is not 2 1/4. This is much bigger. It says 2 1/4. 2.25. It is not. Okay. So, definitely need to sneak up on this dude. Alright. So let's set the calibers to this then. And that should let me sneak up on this size. And what do you know? It's that outside line right there. So close. So close. Oh man, I think I'm there. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna pop it in now, but it's right there. And that has a slightly chamfered out, which is awesome because I need to know what happened to it. What happened to it? Did you fall off, my love? Where you did go? Oh, there it is. So just slightly undercut that lip and cut it in. Which will then let me drop that dude right in there. I think I'm going to give it just a bit more. That should do right there. Yes. No? Are you telling me no? You're telling me the no? Just a wee bit more? No, I think that should be good, man. I mean, it's right there. Well, I don't want to set it now because I don't have... I don't have the adhesive ready to go just yet. Let's see, skew. Where's my skew
Abatis
at
said,
now?
"What are you making that needed the Air Force logo?"
This is a burial urn for a military vet, Air Force veteran I was asked to make, or hired rather, contract, whatever, commissioned to make.
Abatis said, "I was going to ask if it was an urn."
Yeah. There we go. And it's just, yes. Ooh, perfect, 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 perfect. That part is done. Okay. Let's move that guy, put this guy away. Love it when a plan comes together. This will fit in there, but I'm not using this. You know, I'll save that for something on the lathe, maybe. Maybe. Maybe, baby.
Abatis said, "Someday I would like some of my plans to come together, not like this."
It is nice when it happens. Beautiful. Okay, what do I want to do with that part? Let's see. I think, oh yeah. Stretch out another bead here. Let me see. I'm going to put it right. There. I think I can be happy with that. Well, crap. It appears that I'm getting to the point that my eyes are starting to need more light. I guess I'm getting old enough. Finally. I mean, I have been talking about that for years, I guess. They're never in any shop, any wood turning shop that I've been in. Well, very few exceptions. Is there ever enough light in wood turning shops? And I need to upgrade my lighting again. Ha ha. Having to watch the body slowly fade. What do I do with that? This. On the other hand, I didn't think I'd make it this far, so kind of nice that I did. I'm really starting to like this place. But alas, we all must go eventually. Nobody gets out alive. So I'm hoping that when it comes my time that I'll get away with a Viking funeral. I mean, if I'm going to be cremated, I might as well do it that way. There we go. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I said I like these little abrasive Scotch pads that I get from Vince's Wooden Wonders. They really do. I mean, I don't know if you can really tell on camera, but the burnish on there is really nice now. Just got to flip it around and get this bottom part done. And I think this will fit in there, maybe. I am wrong! That's okay. I did say maybe. I guess that doesn't make me wrong. Alright. I think that dude will work. Oh dear. Ruh-roh. Oh, good deal. I was on the hunt for my key there because it didn't make it into the drawer. My first thought was it's in the shaving somewhere. Nope. There you are. Hello, my little friend. I guess any words of Al Pacino, my little friend. Say hello, my little friend. If he don't make it here, which you're not going to, okay, then that means I am switching gears yet again. Come on. Go back to this guy. Here, that's 220. There we go. It's been a cool little project, man. And luckily enough, not that I've got the math skills, but it's nice to be able to be a little bit lazy sometimes and rely on calculations done on the internet. Little calculators that people made up for things like volumes of cylinders and stuff like that. I mean, I could look up the math equation too and do it that way, I suppose, but it was nicer just to be lazy and punch numbers into a calculator. Yay!
Abatus said, lazy equals efficient.
Well, in that case it does. There's always, I always had this running joke in my head. It's kind of a joke, not really a joke. But if you want to find your best employees, look for the laziest ones, because they're the ones that are finding the good shortcuts, the things that make productivity go fast. Find the lazy employees. Those are your good ones. I know it sounds like it's weird, but it actually turns out to be fairly accurate. And they're the ones that look for the workarounds and stuff like that. I would agree with that. I know I do. I definitely agree with it. All right. So let's bring this guy all the way out here.
Abatus said, but you have to be careful, because if management finds out you're being efficient and have free time, they'll just give you more work to do.
I know, it's always a balancing act. Oh, yeah, that looks very nice. I'm going to do some more work down here. I like what this is doing, though, so we're good with the lid. Yes, that's awesome. So now I was going to scar up the back of this thing, but it looks like, maybe I should. Just so, because I want to use epoxy on this to set this in. I don't need much because of the fit that I made. And I'm wondering if this is plated. Yep, it's plated. So let's rough that up just a bit. And then I need to find an orientation here. Okay, let's look at this as a whole unit. Where is my grain gonna run? Let's see, how does that look? Does that look okay? Not bad, but we could do it over here. Oh, yeah. Wait. Let me try 180 degrees. That is a damn good fit. I think that's the one. Nope. It will be. Well, you know what? Actually, I don't even know what I'm even like stressing about. This doesn't matter. I'm not the one that's putting this together when they seal it and all that. So they will put this any way they want. I am going to try for, let's see, let's go here. For this right here, so that is a really nice orientation right there. No, you can't go in there yet. No, come on out. All right, so I'm going to grab some epoxy really quick. Like I said, it's not going to take much. I don't remember where the hell I put it in the first place. Alright, so where did I put it? Let's see. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, that would be one of those things that I did not put back where it belongs after the art shows because I was using that. Let's see what's down there. Looks like I am in the market for 5-minute epoxy. I don't know where I set that other stuff. Maybe it's out of sight, out of mind for right now. Just in case, let me look down in here. I don't think I have any down in here. I'll just have to set that later. I really wanted to set it now, but it is what it is. Okay. All right, so can't do that now. We're burnished, we're all set. Man, that thing is airtight. Ooh, doggy. All right. Okay, so this dude's done. Or at least done being turned. I have my burnish. I need to inset this, and then I need to finish the piece.
Abatis said, looking good.
Hey, thanks. I do know that the person who ordered this really likes this shape. Okay, so that's what I was going to do. I was going to do some more work on this guy.
Abatis said, what type of wood?
Black walnut. Black walnut crotchwood. Had to get these. Doggone it, frog out of my throat. Okay. So I want to turn that base a little bit thinner. I think it could be a little bit more elegant with that tucked in. Let's go to the overhead with this tucked in a little bit more. Yes, I think I need this guy. And did I mark? Nope, did not mark this. I feel like I'm winding a German clock when I do this. Okay. How are we running there, fella? Not bad, but I think... Ouch! There we go. Maybe?
Abatis said, this angle is much better to see the shine.
Yeah, that's that burnish that I'm getting with these pads. It's very, very nice. It kind of shortens that process up a bit too. There we go. That's what I want.
Abatis said, burnish. Yeah, that's the technical term.
Yep. It sure is. But who needs to be technical, huh? All right, let's see. I want to get in a little bit more. Easy there, cowboy. Dang, man. All right. Check that. Check that. Okay, groovy. I don't have, but I really don't really need it. I don't have like a larger ball or something that I could set there, but I don't really need it. Let's see, what am I after? I don't need the bowl gouge. This guy can go away. Back to your home, thank you. Calipers can move. Clear myself some space here. I keep trying to fill it up. Okay. Now, the next question is, what Dave did with his safety glasses, and I bet he set them down inside the door here. Yes, he did. That guy. I swear I gotta follow that guy around all day long. Well, it's true. good. Okay. So my depth is right down in there. A line you cannot see, but I can. It's right there. Let's see if I can darken it up for you a bit. You still can't see it on the camera. But it made it much more, much easier for me to see. No, I don't know why I'm using that one. Seems kind of counterintuitive. Now that I think about it for a quick hot second, why don't I use a bowl gouge that is the right size instead of having to work with something that small? Hey now, that's not funny. Did that help? What the hell? What, seriously? It's gonna be another one of those lights that only lasts 3 months? That's gonna be disappointing. That was not an easy cut to make. Alrighty then. Let's see. That was not the guy who just showed it. This is. Now, come on. There we go. Yep. Hey. Hey. That's what happens when you scare yourself. Fortunately, it was just this hitting the tool rest, but fold that in a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, I do. So not really using much pressure. This is a negative rake scraper, so this is not a moment where I really need to bear down on it. Just, oh yeah, that was coming loose. Glad I did check this. Okay. But negative rake scraper getting some really nice shavings. I mean, very valid tool. I don't care what the, you know, I don't think you should limit yourself. If a tool works for you, use it. Okay, now, next question is, no, I think that should be okay. Next question is, do I want to, nah, we'll leave that alone. I was thinking about possibly turning a bead down in there, but nah, we'll leave it alone, man. Okay. Oh no. Alright, so apparently I did clip this. It's left a rather nasty mark on it. I think I just got it though. What am I looking for? Tool. This one? No, this one. Very light touch gets these little spider webs. No. Okay. Now, I will need to sand that part again. Come on, get out of there. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay. With these fellers. Loosened up a skosh. Okay, I don't like that. Sounded like something was starting to rattle. So I wanted to double check, make sure it wasn't coming off the chuck. Because boy, oh boy, I don't know that I'd be happy to have to do this again. But if I did have to do it again, it would have been my own darn fault. Alright, that there is a pretty urn. It's ready for finish, man. That is nice. Oop. Let's get some dust off of there. Yeah, that's a pretty piece of wood. That's nice. That's just really nice. It's a nice piece of timber, man. I like what came out. Very cool. Alright, so all that's left with this beastie is then finish. Oh, well, I mean, setting the cabochon. And then finish. Ah, yes.
Avadas said, must be an expensive trunk to be that big, especially when you have to remove everything inside.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is a medium urn, man. That right there is a medium-sized urn.
It looks good.
Thank you. I think it does too. I think it will look really nice once finishes on it. In fact, so we're going to set this aside and I don't know. Let me think for a second. Let's see. This needs to go. Where did I set? This needs to go with the other stuff. We need to keep it together, Dave. There it is. Don't be losing this shit, man. That would be bad. Especially since you don't have any more of this timber. This is the last of this timber you actually have. Black walnut crotchwood. Where do you suppose you're going to find that, Dave? That was a lucky find, man. Of course, so was the last pallet. I haven't even started breaking it down yet, man. It's like hopefully this week maybe I'll be able to start working on that stuff. 'Cause I need to break it down. I got a lot of nice timber sitting on a pallet. It's all black walnut, and some of it is crotchwood, which is really cool. Got really lucky finding a black walnut tree in the area that had to come down. And it was a big one. It was an old tree. It's too bad it had to come down. And I don't know all the details. I think it might have been because they needed, or they wanted, I don't know, they wanted more yard or something. But I don't recall. I don't think the tree was like diseased or anything like that. In fact, the wood that I've gotten all looks really nice. Okay, let's see. I had Delusions of Grandeur here. What are we looking at for time? Oh, well. All right. Okay. You know what? I want to turn this guy. I have been waiting for a while for that guy. So we're turning him. That's marked. That's marked. Very good. So I have a nice piece of American chestnut here. Burl. American chestnut burl. That I'm going to turn a bowl out of. It had a void in it, so I filled that with epoxy, and we'll turn this dude. See what's what. Let's see, these can get put away. American chestnut burl is some pretty stuff. It's a little bit different, I think. It looks more like, to me anyway, tiger stripes, but it's kind of cool. Alright, light down here. That's the one right there. This burl wood, I don't know, I've never had experience working with, like, you know, chestnut because, well, the tree has been almost decimated by chestnut blight from people bringing in Chinese elm, or chestnut, which was resistant to the blight but was carrying it, so it decimated our chestnut forests. I think last time I studied this, they were working on hybrids between the two to try to bring back the American chestnut species. Now, well, it's not completely gone. There is at least one stand of protected chestnut in the U.S. There might be two, I think, but they're not, you know, commercially logged and all that. This particular tree.
Interesting. It's amazing how evasive some of those diseases are.
Yeah.
For
sure.
Yes, that's your only look.
Sounds like we are very close to round. But anyway, hopefully they'll be able to hybridize the two, I guess. Otherwise, the species is it's pretty much on its last legs. I got lucky with this. Is a piece. This was a tree that had to come down. It was diseased. It was actually downstate here in Michigan on a farm. It was diseased. They took it down, but it had burlwood on it, and that burlwood made its way up here. Through a friend, and that's how I got some of this stuff. It's still Michigan wood. All right, so this is going to be apparently a end grain bowl, I think. Nope, maybe not. Invasive diseases are, yes, your own. Just realized my last message wasn't speech to text correctly. The Dutch elm disease, yeah. Yes, Dutch elm disease, pine beetles, ash borers for, yeah. A lot of, yeah. Anyway, chestnut was a very, very prized and popular wood back in the day. A lot of furniture and stuff was made from it. Okay, let's take a look at this. So I've got a tenon now, but I'm not sure which orientation I want.
Abatis said, that is why it is illegal here to move firewood between provinces.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, same here. Which I get it, you know. I mean, it should be that way. Unfortunate, but it should be that way. Let's see. If that's the bottom, then this will be on the outside of the bottom instead of at the rim. If it is at the rim, this will be the bottom. Really cannot tell. That might be a nicer bottom than the other bottom, so we're gonna find out. This guy needs to come out. This guy needs to come back in service. But that doesn't stop any, I mean, if they're in an area and they decide to migrate a little bit, well, that's not going to stop the spread, but, I do think it's a good idea that woods, plant material, that kind of stuff should be quarantined or not allowed or whatever. I know that stuff gets all over. I just actually saw, or I had to answer on one of 3,600 beekeepers in the U.S. that reports quarterly to the USDA on hives, but I often get questionnaires about changes to policy. One of them was New Zealand was asking to bring over a hybridized pear, but leave the leaves and the stems and 2 leaves on each plant, and unfortunately or each fruit, but unfortunately the pests that live on those would decimate the trees here, and we don't have them yet here as far as I'm aware. So they were saying, should we change the law to allow it? I'm like, no, don't do that. I mean, I'm all for supporting, you know, other countries and their exports and all that, but we don't, no, none of that. Don't bring that stuff here. So anyway, I get questionnaires like that, and just try to pay attention to all this stuff, because I mean, there's just so many avenues into bringing things across borders that, you know, can decimate a native population. Okay, that looks to me like... let's take it out of there. I think... so that's what the burl on American chestnut looks like. It's almost kind of tigery striped. It's very interesting stuff. Damn, I can't decide. I think I want most of the figure to be... do I want this to be in the bottom of the bowl like this, or do I want it to be up there like that? You know, actually, I want it like that. Okay, that was hard. Okay. All right, so this is the bottom of my bowl. Ooh, can I do that? Can I get away with that? Yeah, I think I can get away with that. I think I'm going to try... yeah, I'm going for a footless bowl. Yeah, I am. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get away with that, but... because of holding issues, you know, how we're going to hold it and all that, but I think I've got that. Ooh, no! I don't have to come back. I'm fine. Fine. Right. So apparently I still need a 10 in here. Darn it, anyways. Hey Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Again? das ist so pretty. Let's see, I need this guy. A little bit of polymer clay there from when I made a dam to hold the liquid resin as to fill that void. Alright, am I happy with that shape? I think it might be a little more refined. Gotta say, man, I really like being able to I do like being able to remove my tools from the handle. Sometimes that handle gets in the way. Or maybe sometimes the headstock's in the way, something might be in the way. And being able to take the tool out of the handle just really helps. All right, let's see. I mean, I kind of like the shape. I'm not sure that's what I was after. Okay. That is more like it. All right. Someday I'd like to turn some green wood chestnut. That would be cool. Okay. That's a lovely little thing. All right, so since that is that shape, perhaps, let me think about that. If I were to put an OG here. All right, so if I put an OG here, I could flare the lip out a little bit. And it might be no, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Well, I am going to do that just a touch, just a little bit, flare that out, but not the dramatic OG I was thinking, actually. So, just a little subtle. OG right on the lip there. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, that I'm happy with. Let's see what happens. I was playing around with the Dick Van Dyke version of British. I know, or I read that most British people are horrified by the accent that he came up with when he was playing the chimney sweep in Mary Poppins. So, anyway, so I've been playing with that accent quite a bit. Just because it's funny. I have not met anyone from Great Britain who sounded like that in real life. And I have been to Great Britain, or at least part of it anyway. Okay, anyway. I just find it amusing. That's a fine kettle of fish you've got us into. And that was what, 220? Okay. I think a wee bit more. Yeah.
So that is
Yeah.
no spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, I know I saw it as a kid, and I know that my children watched it several times growing up. Julie Andrews, Dick Van Dyke. It is it's a cute movie. It's Disney, it's cute. It is one of the most atrocious British accents I've ever heard in my life. But that kind of adds to the charm because it's Dick Van Dyke. At least that's my opinion. There we go. I don't even know if he's still around. I think he's still kicking. Alright, so I'm trying to decide here how far I want to finish this before, because I'm going to have to turn this around to hollow it out, but I don't know if I want to keep that foot. I might. You know what? Screw it. We're going to keep it. And so, to that end, we're going to make it look like it's intentional. Right now, it looks like a tenon. Now, let's see if I can. Yes, I think I can. There we go, nicely rounded. Soften it up. I'm turning with the top wing here, that's where I'm cutting. With a really nice sheer cut. There we go. How does that look? Yeah, that looks very nice. But there appears to be a dimple in the bottom. Oh, that would have been from the tailstock. So yes, there was a dimple in the bottom. So if you've heard the name David Ellsworth, this was one of his favorite ways of finishing off the inside of a bowl. He would go along the top wing there, but he had a little bitty hump that he put into when he was sharpening right there on the wing, so that was just slightly raised, and he'd get a really nice shear cut on a bowl gouge. With the spindle gouge, actually, I have learned you don't need to put the hump in there. The geography of the spindle gouge kind of takes the place of that, and so it is a very, very smooth cut. In fact, I mean, I'm going to sand it, but it doesn't really look like it's even necessary. But if you take it out of my hands, it means I'm not going to get pulled into the machine. You can just take it right out. That's all right with me. Alright, I really do like the shape of this. I'm liking that very much. So let's take this dude, throw down a little varnish. Tis quite lovely. Man, that's all right. So now I'm going to add a wee bit of color. Did I leave that out here, or did I take it? I bet you I took it inside because I don't know why. It was a because. I don't know why. So now I got to locate some. Am I sure it's not out here? Alrighty, I will be right back. I need to grab a little bit of my polish. Which I thought I still had some out here. Hey, buddy. And before I do that, I will sign it.
Avadas said, need to get one of those custom brands.
You know,
To burn in your signature.
I've thought about it, but you know, with those brands, sometimes it can be hard to get the thing heated properly. Sometimes, depending on the wood, it won't burn evenly. I mean, there's issues with everything that you try, I guess, but this way I'm not covering up the grain of the wood at all. So I'm not burning anything into there, but I think that's the biggest deal about the burning.
I guess there's a personal
irons.
touch signing it with an engraver.
Yeah, well, with the, like I say, with the burning, I mean, it can be hard to get an even burn every time. I mean, I've done some branding, but I don't. Like I say, it's hard to keep the temperature even throughout the whole burn. Anyway, it is a good idea. It does work for some people. Does not appear to work for me. But like I said, I like throwing the signature in there with an engraver. It doesn't cover up any of the grain, because the wood is the star of the show, not me. I mean, yeah, my name's out there, but I want the wood to be center stage. Of course. So I'm slowing my lathe down, and I just lost my paper towel with the beeswax friction polish on it. Darn it. All right. Yeah, I painted them on. I painted on my signature. I've burned it in. I've used a wood burning kit to burn it in. I've used inks, a lot of different things, and my preference is to, I mean, let the grain shine through. I don't want to take away from that. Ooh, it's getting warm. Yikes. So now we'll get to see what American chestnut burl looks like with my finish on it. I've never used my finish on this stuff before. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. That is gorgeous burl wood. Damn.
Avadas said, "Wow, beautiful. This might be one of your nicest looking ones yet."
Hey, thanks. I think I might agree with you. Look at that figure. That's awesome. But that's American chestnut burl. All right, let's hollow it out. That is a pretty piece of wood. I'm glad I held on to that. Yeah, like I wouldn't. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna turn that down. Yeah, no, is it wood? Do you need to find a new home for it? 'Cause I might have a spot. I might know a good place to put that wood. I might even have good ideas on what to do with it. Maybe. Alright, so let's lower this just a skosh or 3. I don't need that anymore, and it is the elbow poker. So let's get rid of the elbow poker. Put that over there. There. Okay. That got exciting. Man, I guess that light just really blinds it out or washes it out, but y'all be able to see this better this way. Or not, but it definitely makes it harder for me. The skew, I'm not looking for the skew, I'm looking for this guy. I think it's time to put another burr on there. Before I do, yeah, beautiful. Take care of the bottom. Nice, nice. Lovely piece of timber, man. Oh, hey, hello. Yeah, I need to move you. I gotta step inside, put this urn inside. Yeah, throw down some burr material on this dude. That made no sense whatsoever. Excuse me. That made 0 sense. Still a little. Okay. Ba ba ba. Will that fit there? Ooh, look at that. All right, that'll work. I didn't think the big guy would work in that situation, and I was wrong. Oh, that is beautiful. Love it. All right, let's see. Still just a bit thick. But I tipped my negative rake scraper up on edge, 45 degrees. Gave me a very sheer scrape in there. Yeah, that's still that's too thick. And I need to get my. Oh, I see why it appears that way. Because I was just leaving it cup-shaped. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, let's double check my depth here. As we don't need a funnel. Oh, man, beautiful. Beautiful. So just got to get this a little bit figured out. I think I'm going to use this guy. There we go. That's very close to what I'm after. Still just a wee bit thick right there. Negative rake scrapers used properly are the bomb. Okay, there we are. That's what I'm after. Now it's time for... a wee bit of shear scraping. That over. No sharp edges. Okay. That is just nice. Just nice. It's just so nice. Okay, I think there's still, still a slight problem in the bottom of the vessel here. I think the big guy will address perfectly. Yep. Okay. Now the bottom is flat. That is lovely. All right. Come on. I think I will. Heck yeah. I think that is a very good choice. I wasn't going to finish the inside. I was going to finish the inside with walnut oil, but I'm going to go with this. Little bit goes a long way. Oh, man, that is nice. Okay. Let's get that out of there. Golly, man, I can't get over this. I wonder if this will be a better view. So let's see, there's that resin, but I mean, it really doesn't, it blends in so well. That's nice. I did a nice job with that resin. Blends in with the wood really nicely. That is a pretty cut, man. That's nice. That's a keeper, I'm thinking. We'll see if that's what actually happens. Yeah, that's a nice, pretty piece of wood. Okay, so that's American chestnut burl. That's just a really beautiful pattern. All right. Let's take a look at their profile. I think it would probably be nicer if I had something dark behind it, which I don't have immediately available, of course. Of course not. So it's a really nice profile. I like that. Just a slight OG right in here, which makes it really comfortable to hold. Yeah, I like that style. I think I'm going to start making more. I like that. Very, very cool. All right. Back to camera one. Tipped up all the way up to here. I'm going to get rid of that light for a bit. Take those off and say, hey!
Avadas said, I assume being wood, it wouldn't make a good whiskey glass?
Why not? Yep, sure would. Come on, man. They age wood and they age whiskey in oak barrels. Yeah, wood is going to work. That would be a great whiskey glass, in fact. Yeah. That is so nice, man. I really like the pattern of this stuff. This wood is just really pretty. I'm glad I got
Avadas said,
some of
yeah,
it.
that is awesome.
Some of it. All right. Well, thank you, folks, for joining me this evening. I will be continuing to stream as the days go by. I've got some larger projects that are going to take a longer time, so I'm going to start streaming some of those too. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for the support. I appreciate all the participation in chat. And those of you who subscribe, thank you very much. I always appreciate support of the channel. I love to talk about wood turning. Most of you know I started wood turning as therapy for PTSD. I found out I had a knack for it. I fell in love with it. Now I teach it. I do my best to get other veterans involved in art as therapy. Wood turning, really, that's my gig, but art as therapy, beekeeping as therapy, it works. They both work. But anyway, so this is my therapy, and you're riding along. I appreciate it very much. I love to talk about wood turning and beekeeping. I love to teach it. So and sometimes it's teach by example, right? Yeah, you do the stuff and you try to explain what's happening on the technical aspects of things, but in general let people kind of follow along. And then there are times when I have the whole thing planned out and I have a whole long spiel, a lot of words to say, and today's not one of those days. Anyway, it's been a wonderful evening. Again, thanks for joining me. Hope to see you again real soon. I should be back streaming. Should be streaming tomorrow evening. There will be, like I said, many days over the next couple of weeks. I've got some production turning to do that I want to stream. Some other turning items that I would like to stream. So, and I've had, because of the internship that I'm going through, I've had a little bit more time away from Twitch than I'd like. So we'll just have to play catch as catch can. get to talk to each other and hang out and stuff when that actually happens. So, thanks again, folks. I hope you stay friendly. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and I hope to see you next time right here on Twitch. Woodturning with Dave. Good night, folks. Hope you enjoy it.